Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist, and tonight we are going to be continuing our game development project. See, we are already joined by Zell over on YouTube in the widescreen view. Hello, Zell. Let's check in with kitties real quick here. Ember is crawling up onto my shoulder. Sky is snoozing in his tree, and Sammy is sleeping on her bed. Sherbet is in the little house next to the window. So only Mason is unaccounted for. Hopefully, he has not gotten himself somewhere where I will have to extricate him again. He is prone to sneaking off. So last time, we got our inventory system mostly functional. Switch over here, make sure that the camera is on that. Then, so let's show where we got. So we can see over here, we've got an inventory line. I've got space for 6 of them, and I had some additional thoughts on how to make this friendlier. But we have the weapon types on the left. There's a little mouse, there's a little yarn ball. So we can see the yarn balls intrinsically moving out in a slow spiral, building up rotational speed. The mice are currently moving in a spiral as well, but it's sort of a stretched spiral in that they are moving out and starting to spiral, but it's tighter. All right, it's not as tight. It's you don't see as much of the curve. They sort of pivot. They're also coming out in groups of 3. Hello, Canicus, welcome. But I can say, okay, I'm going to take this 3 spread and I'm going to move it to the yarn balls. So now the yarn balls come out in groups of 3, but the mice only come out in groups of 1. If I take the move forward marker and pull it down to the yarn balls, then the yarn balls will start to exhibit an altered spiral because they're spiraling first without moving. The mice move in a straight line, then spiral, and then we're moving in a straight line. So now the yarn balls have this sort of clover pattern where they spiral out but then loop back in and then go further and kind of launch off the screen. This is the core. That's the goal there, Zell. That is actually the goal. A sort of Noida bullet heaven. That is our goal. Ember, what are you doing? Ember's being very demanding right now. So Ember has learned if she really wants attention from me, if she's really unhappy that she's not getting all of the love that she deserves, she'll start grabbing at the microphone. Sky will grab at the computer mouse. Mason will just kind of orbit back into onto my lap. And Mason is big enough that he does things like block the camera. So far, Sherbet is the only one. Sherbet and Sammy have not developed, I'm going to say, retaliation behaviors. Ember. Come here. Ember, come here. No. I gotta mess with the screen. For added fun here, let's put the spiral on the, So, with the spiral after the movement, we still have a bit of the clover behavior in that they're trying, you can see they're kind of pulling in. But, okay, now we're going to have 2 spirals and then the movement out. The spirals are still kind of the dominant effect. But that's what we're sitting with right now. The first thing I want to accomplish today is to create an overarching class to these different effects, a modifier. One, so that I don't have to have the inventory slots currently special. Right now, the left 5 are for the positioner types and the right 5 are for movement types. That is not what I want in the end state. I don't want there to really be a differentiation there. In the code, there is very much a differentiation. They function very differently. But I want to remove that as far as the player is concerned. The next thing I want to make is a sort of bundle object, a group of modifiers that will act as one entity in the list, but will carry multiple with it. So instead of it just being this adds a 3-shot spread, it will be this adds a 3-shot spread, but it also targets a random direction and moves as an orbit. So you don't get single pieces, you get little clusters that determine the functionality as of that moment, which means each individual element will very substantially change the behavior of a projectile. Very, very substantially. Which means we need to start down that road. First thing, we're going to try to pull off a quick change here. Right now, movement and position are in spawner, and we don't want that. So we're going to try to move you up here. And it crashed. Okay, that is somewhat to be expected. There's a lot going on there. But how much of it actually happened? Okay, now we're going to try to reload the project. I do have a source control branch set up so I can undo this, but it is definitely a hassle every time, which is why I want to make them separate. There's a lot of kind of interdependency with the objects here. So this is the first moment where it realizes all these files are in different spots and it doesn't like it. We reload it. And now it's like, oh, everything's fine. Theoretically. Yep. Okay. So now we've moved them out of spawner because they are not spawner objects. These are modifiers. So there should be a modifier folder. This is also going to rapidly cause some problems with the catalog. We shall see. And again. As might be apparent, the Godot editor is not terribly resilient at times. Reload. There we go. It can adapt, but there are situations that it can become very hard to recover from. I had been using a resource file model for trying to make it so I did not have to directly reference folder structure. That failed. And it failed because the updating of where things were was not happening cleanly. There was a sort of nesting structure that wasn't updating when things were moved, and the way it was saved made it pretty much irrecoverable when things were moved around, which ruined the point. So we had to pivot away from that. Ultimately, it turned out okay. Alright, where are those file path markers? So art should still be fine. Oh, okay, yeah, those are class objects. I don't need to worry about that. Okay, so now we have the concept of a modifier, and there's movement and position style ones. Movements and positioners. So now we want to create a new parent object that is a modifier. It is just a nothing class at the moment. It does not extend node. Just like these, they extend nothing. Hey there, Kebo. Welcome. Need a class name modifier. Go into positioner, and positioner extends modifier, and movement extends modifier. All right. I mean, so the idea of uploading quick little bursts of narrative is something that there's an audience for that kind of thing. The whole concept of SCP is that kind of vibe, where people will upload little contained stories that there is what is happening within that story, which can be compelling by itself. Ideally, it is. But they also lend to an overarching concept. It was like, somebody mentioned it was like Vita Carne or Carne Vita, that is a series of little videos that create both the narrative that they're showing, but also implications of a world in which they exist. Which is neat. It's neat. Alright. We have modifiers. Modifiers don't actually have anything about them intrinsically. Instead, we also want a modifier group. Which extends modifier. This class is modifier group. And it has a variable modifiers, which is an array of type modifier. Welcome, Piggy. Welcome. We don't really need anything other than there being a collection. Now, I could have this just be an array. Like, I don't need an explicit class for this. I could have it so that every element of a modifier is actually, like, there is the possibility of just it contains multiple. Let me put it a different way. That a modifier would be a group of modifiers, but this is explicit, so I know when I encounter this one, something of this type that it contains this modifier's array, and I will extract them from it. Subsequently, I can handle them as individuals, but as far as the inventory is concerned, all of them are just modifiers. So, inventory only cares about this, and these will still have their same icons and the like. Processing for the projectile cares about this, and it cares about the specific types that are contained here. It is technically possible that a modifier group contains other modifier groups. It is technically possible that there is a self-referential chain inside them. That is why, ideally, from a design perspective, modifier groups only contain individual modifiers and not groups. I would love to have... we're going to put an assert in here. So we'll have modifier add is a modifier. Assert not to add is modifier group. This means it throws an error if it is a modifier group. But this should never be... That should never be. This is at design time. That this would become a problem, and I can't really stop that. Okay, so having created this, we now need to go through into the player inventory. Let's actually check in here. So the inventory just reports the squares that were clicked. It's the player inventory that handles the actual processing. Piggy, we are doing some programming today, as may be apparent, and we're working on a little bit of tuning of the inventory, and if we get through that, we are going to proceed into making some more modifier types, using the ones we've already created and also using new things that, in order to further stress test and also extend the concept that we've been working on. And hello, folks that just joined. Hello, Sam and King. American sugar cookies, yeah. Especially for me, I do like a good sugar cookie. I like it to be a little moister. I don't like them crisp. Nice chewy sugar cookie. Very, very nice, very comforting, very bad for you. I don't know, King. Inventory square, we have the inventory. No, I don't like the frosted kind, though. The frosting in the grocery stores on that kind of cookie is meh. Also, the cookies there tend towards, like, crumbly, almost powdery. I think I know the ones you're talking about. They tend to be in a little plastic clamshell. They almost have a kind of squished dome look to them and usually have a sort of icing on them. those aren't terrible, but I also don't think they're good. Mediocre. uh, brain. Okay. Globals. Player inventory. All right, so this is where it's handling the click. It's also going to be where we build the weapons. So this is where we sort them into positioners. Which means we have logic that is finding them. Which is the fact that there is a positioner array, and that's not true. Okay, we are going to change this spawn point should be intrinsic to the projectile. Hey there, Lunar. Today we're working on making it so I can turn the individual modifiers into bundles, and those bundles are going to be the things that the player actually interacts with. So weapons as spawners is still true. Positioners and movements is not actually true. Inside of the function of building a weapon, we're still going to be using things like an array of positioners, an array of movements, but we're going to iterate over the entire modifier collection that is in the inventory, and we're going to piece them apart. That is, if a given modifier is a positioner, then we treat it as a positioner. If it is a movement, we treat it as a movement. If it's a group, we subsequently piece it apart and pass those into the same processing and say, if this piece is a positioner, we will treat it as a positioner, kind of thing. But we need a sort of meta way to deal with that. Because as far as the entity is concerned, we're going to create the entity template, and we're going to append the positioners ultimately one at a time as we get them. Okay, the template gets passed around. We have interior entity. Okay, so you'll give it a modifier. You give it an entity template. So if modifier is modifier group, then currently do nothing. So what this will say is if it's a group, we have to iterate over them and parse each individual one. Equal to modifier. So we're setting this specifically in here so that we have access to those variables. Or in modifier group, do this. Dot modifiers. So we're going to iterate along that collection. Hey there, Zane. Welcome, and Nugget. I hope you folks are having a good day so far. We're working on refining our inventory system. There's going to be a bit of bugginess at the beginning, but we shall see. So a little bit of recursion there. If modifier is movement, if modifier is positioner, type modifier, so it can't be type movement. It absolutely can be a movement. There is extends modifier. It should absolutely be capable of doing that. Why is it not? Okay, it just needed a light kick. So the project had not parsed it such that it recognized the movement in positioner extended modifier yet. I appreciate the sentiment, Zane. Also, ouch. Sure we're doing this right. Append it to trimmed movement. We append erase currently. Okay. Modify Okay. So we iterate over them and say, whatever this individual modifier is, we handle it accordingly. I think we're going to be able to have blank entities. If the entity is null, we'll treat it differently. Actually, we'll ignore it, such that we don't have to worry if we collide with it. And when we rebuild these, we will rebuild them with the predefined content. Yes. Clearing the weapons isn't a problem. When we clear the spawn points, we also want to go through and handle all of this. Yeah, the spawn point should already be defined on the entity. Why is that? Load items. Should be load weapons, but it's not a weapon yet, that's right. Create entity has spawn point on it. Yup. You go. Where is spawn point? So spawn point after movements before positioners. One can hope, Zane. One can hope. Spawn point. Okay. So it has a spawn point. There is no reason that we need to put spawn points in there. I do like the idea that outside of special cases, we don't need to adjust to the spawn point. Okay. So spawn points need not exist. Get rid of you, because that's intrinsic to... Need to swap the spawn points. Hello, King Nugget. Yeah, we didn't need the spawn point collection. They were not really being utilized. Okay, so we have the idea of parsing modifiers now. Now we need to change it so that the inventory change doesn't care as long as it's not words. It doesn't care as long as it is not a as long as we're not touching the weapon. In swap cells, we're going to need to change this logic a little bit in a moment, but I can understand what Nugget's going through. It is definitely possible to inflict an injury on yourself. Sometimes it feels like you did it by doing nothing at all. You know, it's what happened. I got up in the morning and I pulled my neck, shoulder, and, you know, part of my arm. I don't know how. Physiology is weird, yo. We're going to keep this as is for now. But so if it's 1 through 10, then we're swapping a modifier. You know, that's part of the goal, Zane. That's part of the goal. Nice and cozy. Nice and cozy. I like the idea that folks that want to chat are comfortable chatting with each other, and if I notice it, in time with me, or they're comfortable just being present, listening along. It's not a positioner at that point, it is a modifier. Okay, so now we're just messing with modifiers. Then if we go into build weapons, we're not doing this part anymore. Instead, we're going to go through we aren't doing that part anymore. Okay, real quickly, I'm going to make an interim save here. I should have been doing more of this. should have made more of these, but we're putting one in place here so I don't blow it up entirely. We are not trimming the positioners down. Instead, you're saying for modifier we're going to try this as modifier in modifiers. This we're going to parse modifiers. Template. Modifiers. Oh, what coloration? What what type? There, Zane. What type of kitten? And we also have an add positioner, add movement. We're going to change this to an add modifier. You gotta appreciate a little tuxie. It's not each modifier in modifiers. It is modifiers. I. Non-blue color to make the sky. I think something in the purple, maybe kind of into your lavender areas, maybe. I think a purple or lavender sky would be kind of nice. Preferably something on the lighter tone, you know? So then in game, we need to go through where it's saying add positioner and movement, and instead we are going to do modifier. Then Okay. We need to actually populate this array now. Weapons is clear is fine. Positioners in movement. Append array of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thanks for swinging through, folks. Okay, in inventory then. Your inventory. Fires I.size. Okay. Okay. Now you can see it's just blank slots now. Put them anywhere I want. Excellent. Put the positioner after. Still works the same way. Okay. So we've narrowed them down to raw modifiers. Now what we want to start doing is creating the modifier groups. I do actually want to adjust this process here, where we will create the entity slots independent, so there will always be 6 of the slots, or 6 rows. And instead of when we build weapons, we just have to account for that, such that there might not be an entity, and if there is not an entity, then we do not proceed. No, if entity I first. Like that. So now we don't actually care if there's an entity in the first slot when we build a weapon. initialize the weapon, but we don't ever need to redo this. We only ever need to do this once, and that's at the start of the game. So we do want an idea of setting up the collections, though. So whenever we clear weapons, we want to replace it with... no, we don't need to clear weapons. It's when we're clearing entities and modifiers. So right here, we clear it out, but we aren't rebuilding it to have the same setup. Hey there, Mafioso, welcome. And, oh, Bush Meta. Sorry, I didn't notice you swinging in there. We're making a game. We're making a game. Did it not come in my chat log? Oh, okay. I'm really sorry. I didn't notice that message come in. But if you're still there, Bush Meta, I'm making a game. It is a kind of a mashup of Noita and A Bullet Heaven. Vampire survivors with very customizable weapons. Okay, I'm gonna have... We're gonna clear it out just to be sure. Int in 6, so we're gonna make 6 of them. And hey there, Wolf. Thanks for swinging through. Fires. And... fire. Integer in 6. In 10. We're doing it this way so that I could, in theory, change the max number here. That way. So, oh. Or, not if, for. Okay, so this fully populates it. Now, if we append weapon, we don't want to do this because this purges it. As an int 0. It's less than entities size and not found. Entities I is not entities I. Equal to weapon template. That. Okay, entity size is not correct here. Oh, okay. Reset the arrays. Uh-oh. I plus equals 1. I had an endless while loop there. I was not incrementing my counter value. In theory... All right. So, what this does is it means I have blank inventory space that will not affect a weapon if I have not filled that weapon slot already. As soon as I have weapons, like a full array of weapons, if I get a modifier, it's in play immediately. I have to use it. But as long as I have weapon slots, I can take them out of play. So here's the natural movement of a mouse and of a yarn ball. Excellent. And what we can do then is when we add a modifier, instead of starting at the beginning, we're actually going to go to the end. We're going to go from back to front. To minus I, size -1. Zero minus equals 1 and minus equals 1. Now when we add a modifier, it will go in the last available slot. Assuming I did this right. Yep. So if we get a new modifier, it's down here. So then I can put them in place. So I now have a full inventory collection as soon as I want it. Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. Let's do a quick double check. I was making sure that if I reset the game logic, it resets the inventory. Okay. Zell, what do you mean by entity scale? Another thing I might... Oh, well, here. Quickly. There we go. So now we have an inventory that is constrained by the number of weapons you have already defined. And how you've configured them. Now, what we want to do is in our catalog, we can go in and make it so that we're loading individual positioners and movements and the like, but what they're going to have instead is modifiers. Now I could have all of the movements and positioners just changed over to be modifiers. I think there's merit in keeping them individual, though. because it also lets me constrain the names. I don't have to worry about a name collision between like an interaction or a movement or something like that. It also makes it very explicit what I'm doing. Interactions will become modifiers. And what I want are different interaction types. So what we've currently got is incoming and outgoing interactions. Outgoing interactions are, if I touch you, this is what I pass to you for you to react to. And if it's incoming one, if it's outgoing, it's what I pass to the two entities I collide with. And the incoming ones are when an outgoing signal comes in, I pass that signal to each one of the incoming ones to find out if they react to it. For example, bullet hit is what a projectile, what the player projectiles emit. It has like a damage value. It has they have a number of hits, which is akin to the like penetration value in some games, such that this bullet could pass through targets and hit multiple. Enemy take damage determines how much damage that enemy can take. It also triggers things like iframes, because enemy take damage doesn't care about... There's nothing about the entity that enemy takes damage cares about until it runs out of health. So if an enemy doesn't have enemy take damage, there's nothing about iframes in existence. I do want these to be modifiers because I want to be able to do things like add additional ones. For things like bullet hit, I want logic that merges them. For things like enemy take damage, same way, they get merged. So if an enemy were to receive 2 enemy takes damage, you'd never do this, because it's... Why not just set the enemy's markers accordingly? Is it would have more health. I want a way to combine some of these as well, but it would let us do things like on impact apply an effect over time, on impact create an explosion, that kind of stuff. We could add that in to make it so some projectiles intrinsically explode. This modifier makes it so that projectile intrinsically explodes. That kind of thing. But for the time being, we shall not. Dictionary we have ready. We're going to create a load modifiers. So what we're going to do with this kind of thing is have stuff that targets differently. So right now we only have target random direction. I want to have some additional targeters here. I want a target closest enemy, and I want a target kind of arbitrary entity kind of thing. but we're going to start with a random enemy. Inventory, it is a movement type. Say targeting type. Right now, targeters are movers. They're going to get separated out because targeters are interacted with in one way and actual movement is interacted with in another way. That means there's no reason for them to live in the same collection. You interact with everything that targets first, and then you interact with everything that moves. So targeters might as well be their own thing. We'll get to that later. Okay, we have target player already. Target random mob. Okay. Okay, we need... Okay, we need a new constant for this movement type. It's handled in... We could change it so we just use the catalog name for this movement type. Yeah. We're going to start doing that. We're going to use the catalog name for it, so there's always the same... Oh, no, this isn't true. It's not a catalog name. This is an actual type name. But I don't need to define it here, since it's just a string. 6 one way, half a dozen the other. Hello, Sky. Hello. What do you want, sir? Hey. 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 See how the mouse is moving a little bit right now? That's Sky moving it. He is standing right over it with a paw on both sides. So if he moves much, it moves the mouse. He wants chin scratches. Thus he shall have them. Okay. Type target player. We can use target player already, but we will use movement type. We're going to rename you. I had been using mob as the naming convention, but yeah. Random enemy. Me. So, So what this does is it pivots it towards the enemy location. This creates a homing effect, because if we constantly say the direction plus equals where the that target is, so the target entity ultimately doesn't matter, because we're just asserting a direction every time. Let me see. Yeah, move straight line currently doesn't care about the entity. Move S curve doesn't care about the entity. Almost none of them should actually care about the entity. Move to player technically cares about the entity. Move fixed doesn't care. But move to player, like, it gets where the player is. This is a special case. Move to player is how enemies move. But there will be other ways that enemies can move. So I think changing this to be target player. So if we target random mob, and instead we constantly say the random mob that we chose upon being created, or choosing direction for the first time. Yeah, let's start there. So we need to look at movement, where it will have get target entity. Okay, so we're going to call get target entity here. And get direction calls these three things. Yeah, that's why we would have the concept of initializing it, but I think this is still okay to call. We'll cross that bridge later. So we get a saved entity, and we get a target entity. We ignore this. We ignore everything that comes in to get an entity. This is part of the reason that I need to change how targeters work. Is targeters assert a value, and frankly, they should always just target a direction. Get random direction just picks one, and for the rest of its existence, that's what it uses. Okay. This needs to know the enemy zone. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need to pass around the bullet zone and the like. We can just have... No, they need to update. They need to update. So in player inventory. We could have it say that the bullet zone equals... Whenever we initialize it, the bullet zone is equal to whatever the global node bullet zone is. So in game... Game ready. We initialize the player inventory. Okay. And we can set global nodes there. Are the... So it has them stored off. So we need a player zone, bullet zone, enemy zone in global nodes. Player zone is a collision zone. Item zone is currently unknown in use, but I have it in existence. Or it exists as a concept. So we're doing this so that a movement pattern has access to these zones. Mobile nodes item zone is equal to item zone. We're currently not actually using item zone. Yeah, that's fine. So then in the inventory, instead of having this asserted elsewhere, like that. Fixed. That. Same way, player factory. could just get the player zone as soon as it needs it. We'll cross that when we get there. Okay, still working. Quick commit. Go. Save that off. So then in target random mob now, random enemy, we get the target entity. Collision zone should have an entities collection, which is an array of entities. Size as integer is equal to that. As an int, so I as an int is equal to random I range from 0 to size, which you don't actually need to do. Let's double check. That's inclusive or exclusive. Inclusive. So -1. Saved entity is equal to I. If not saved entity, do this. I'll just be explicit. Return the saved entity, get target direction. Entity to move. Direction to use. Action 2. Saved entity position. direction to target. Need to move. Okay, so this is a logic that says to track the target. We can have it return a direction to the target constantly, and if it's a direction to the target constantly updated, then it will lock on and keep following it, as in this will keep pivoting. It will always turn to face that target. Hey there, Tanuki. Welcome. But if we set it up so that it saves that entity and it only gets that entity's position once, then yeah. We're going to have like target track random enemy, and just target random enemy is different. More of a droid. Probably a robot as far as you're thinking. All mechanical. Sort of. Here, you can see the bits. Bits. Vector, save direction. Is random direction. So you move target direction plus equals save direction. This is live 2D. It is 2D, but it is it's rigged up kind of like 3D. So, you know, there's points and shapes overlaid on it to get kind of parallaxed movement to create the illusion of 3D. So then if we go into our catalog. Hello, Thomas S. This just sets the initial targeting to a random enemy. I did not make it myself, Tanuki. I worked with a studio, Animashit Studio. They did very good work. I created the specifications of this and then an artist and a rigger set it up. Here, move straight line, move in a spiral, move as the player, double speed, direction. Enemy. Yeah, the target should never appear, so it doesn't need an icon. Hello, Lewis. Welcome. For those just joining us who aren't familiar, we are coding a game. It is as Zell over in the widescreen format. If you're in the tall format, there is a pinned link to the widescreen format mentioned. This is kind of a mashup of Noida and a Bullet Heaven. Okay, so we have target random enemy now. So now we can go into load items and test that. Oh, no, we could make modifiers for that. I think we should make modifiers for that. Yeah, let's start with adding it to the items. And we will then go into game and remove the yarn. I can only speak and read English, so if possible, unless you're conversing with somebody else, if you are addressing me, then I will only be able to interpret it as if it is in English. I am willing to translate about once. How do I understand it all? It is practice. A lot of it is planning and practice. The more you do, the more you get to know. And greater than 0. Which means target random enemy. I do not speak Spanish. As I was mentioning, I'm willing to translate about once. I do have a link to like Deep Translate, which can handle that. It's just kind of slow to do every time. It's not a constant. It's not a global node. Get random. is a vector 2. Like, for example, this project, which we are on day 59 of, is in Godot, written in GD script. GD script using the Godot engine. GD script is the native language of the Godot engine. You can use C#, but I'm currently not because I want to learn a new scripting language. We're in the same boat then. We're in the same boat. Nodes. That. So now we can call in random direction. We can say save direction is equal to global nodes get random direction and in target random enemy say turn say vector 2 save direction and we don't have a save direction. The working name of the project, Lewis, is it Lewis or Luis? But the working project name is Nyanite Survivors. I don't know if that's actually going to be the title, but it's the name of the project. And saved entity else direction is equal to global nodes dot get random direction. We don't need to return then. Hey there, sleepyhead. Welcome. And hello, Ackerman. Okay. Well, they're not supposed to do that. We are also supposed to be getting enemies on the screen. I'm not getting any blobs. Why are no? Oh, because I've turned off the blobs. We're gonna do this. We're constantly adding the target direction, but that's not quite right. Well, no, it's being reset to 0 every time. The weird thing is it's constantly spiraling around each time. Oh. Else if not save direction. We were resetting it. So there are no enemies, so it uses a random direction. If now we go into the game and we're going to add the blobs back. We're going to spawn them slower. So they're going in a straight line towards blobs that appear. But if you look, when they do not veer off. Feel free to make a suggestion. I can't guarantee that it is something that we will do. But, I mean, suggestions are always loud. Ideas are ideas. Okay, we have an alternate targeting pattern now. So the next thing we're going to add is we're going to have track to a target. So it will always change its target direction to match the target entity. Ah, okay. Yeah, I do want to have like a debug mode. Where I can just arbitrarily add these things. Okay, let's add a new targeter type. Oh, okay. No, we can composite these. So track target doesn't do anything if it doesn't get a target. It will default to a random direction. So it's going to be very similar to this. That and like that. doesn't have a saved direction. You can link concepts or like a document or something like that. No, because target random enemy applies a direction. We need to change that. That's fine, Sleepyhead. You can just post a document or similar into a channel. You might have to post it in pieces, but how are we going to do this? It's really target random enemy direction. If we target random enemy, we can return just the enemy. It does not apply the direction. And then we can have a I'm trying to figure out if we actually want to composite these to daisy chain them. Because targeting a random direction is kind of like absolute. It will... Yeah, target player, though, doesn't mess with direction. It just returns the entity. That's fine. So it would be get target direction, or target direction is just going to return that direction once and keep it. All right, thanks for swinging through. So get anything that affects the direction. Should always have that. So anything that faces needs to have that position. Okay. So track target does not get an entity. It expects an entity to come in. Does not have a saved entity. Does not have a saved direction. No, it does have one, but it is our current direction is a vector 2 to 0, which is the default, but so current direction is equal to that. if target entity to use if we have that our current direction if we don't have entity to move, there's a problem. Else, we reset current direction. Oh, no, we don't. We just leave it. Okay, so track target faces the target. Target random enemy does not move or get a direction. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. So that's track target. Movement target. Target the target's direction. Awkward, but we're sticking to it. Track target. Target target's direction. To that. So target the target's direction. Oh, we need to make sure. Target track target. Target random enemy. Random direction. Care about a direction to use. Cares about the target enemy to use. Is equal to a vector 2 0. So what this one is going to do is it's going to get the direction of the target once. If there's a target entity to use and not save direction, then the save direction is equal to that, which is same in tracked target. Normalized. Oh, no, it's direction 2. We don't need to normalize it. So we need to target entity. Now we'll return our save direction. If we don't have one, if save direction global nodes random direction. Okay, if we don't have a target, so if we have a target and we don't already have a saved direction, then we're going to set it as the direction to the target. If we don't have a target otherwise, we set it to a random direction. Just need an else here. If either of these isn't true, we're going to set it to a random direction. Okay. So now, if we go into our catalog, so we target a random enemy. We need loading movements. Targets direction. So now we have a target, the target's direction. Then we can also have target track target. Eventually, something that I could do would be have JavaScript files in a folder and just iterate over them and do this sort of thing. But there's a risk to that. There's fiddliness to that. that I don't know if I want to commit to. So then if we go into our load items, we have the homing mouse, we target a random enemy, and then we have target the target's direction. Okay, we need to make sure that it's not randomizing it in target the target's direction. I needed the LSIF. Okay, so now we're going to change it in the catalog to be a target track target. And we should see the mice veer towards targets now. I don't know if that's working. We might need to add a rotational force here. Don't know if that's actually working. How about, yeah, let's well, this already isn't quite right because the grouping of them should not each be getting a different target. Let's fix that. No, you know what? I kind of like this. but let's verify. Let's verify that I'm not just conceding. We spawn them, we create the new entity, we give it a target direction. So that's in entity. We initialize them, we get a target direction. This is where specifically having targeters would be useful. Well, hey there, Okaneki. Good to see you. We have Sammy kind of, oh. Sammy is, at the very least, adjusting position. I think she just needed to flip over. Okay. No, I think they need to respect it in the targeter. So when we target random enemy, if we say target entity to use, so if target entity to use saved entity is equal to target entity to use. We're going to do that first. Then, same way in get random direction, in random direction we respect the direction to use. Okay? And in get targets direction, we need to respect direction to use. If direction to use if once the direction to use is set, respect it. Track target, though, doesn't respect it. It doesn't care because it's going to change the direction. it is going to constantly adjust it. Actually, it's going to say direction to use. Equal to, no, I'm sorry. Current direction is equal to okay, so it gets the direction too. And it will either respect it by rotating towards what it wants to use, or it will set it itself. Okay. Okay, so they're respecting the initial direction that came in, but I'm not seeing tracking behavior. Okay, we are getting tracking behavior. There's the twitching that's happening here. This is where I need to adjust the way that the spirals work so that we don't get that hard twitch. Okay, we are getting the tracking behavior. What we'll want to do is that it rotates to face the target within a limit. Otherwise, we end up getting well, there's definitely an entity over there that they want to go after. It's very strange that it's not randomizing over there. You're getting the same direction over and over. That's very weird. Oh, that's because the movements aren't resetting properly. Okay. We need to reset them. That's why. We need to reset them. Get new, set template values. Okay, so the targeters don't have that. Yeah, we haven't been setting that on the targeters. is... That'll already throw an error. That will throw an error. This right here will break already. Okay. Direction, random enemy. Null it out. What was happening is that we started reusing those targeters as the entities were cleared out, the buffer. But because we weren't clearing these saved entities in directions, after a while they were reusing targeters that already had those set. Target current direction equals vector 2.0. Time 3 at a time. Not right. Give me a couple of these to mess with. Okay. Target random mob is not working properly. We set the template values, we know the entity to use. In movement, when we set template values, we are not properly nulling these. Okay. Zero. Okay, same thing still happening. Icon, we clear the target entity. or movement object. We're getting target entities. We know we are getting saved entities. Okay, when we don't have the positioners firing, it's working. But as soon as we try to use the positioners, it stops working. So something's wrong. I mean, as may be apparent, but... because it's like the position is now fixed for that template. And that's not right. We don't need the movement template here. It's irrelevant. How about... okay, let's go back through those. Save direction. I do need the movement template. Converted, save direction, saved entity. Nope. What else is going wrong here? When the template is asserted, you get that, but the positioner is throwing off the targeting. It's always getting the same result. So when we initialize the entity, hello Sky, hello, hello. Every now and then Sky will be sitting on my lap and decide he wants a hug. So he'll climb right up my chest and get in my face until I hold him. Scratch his ears and what have you. So we create the movement chain, we get the initial entity in direction. First time, this is the player object. Oh. Next, this is a homing mouse. So we get a target entity. Target entity is still null. So we get a target direction. It has no direction. That doesn't make sense. Target random enemy. Okay, so we have target entity to use. We don't have a target entity to use. We don't have a saved entity. And there is no... Okay, so we have no entity to use. So then we're going to go into target random direction. This is incorrect. The chain is not functioning. Oh, no, it's not target random direction, it's target track. Hey, quit that. Okay, so we're going to get the target entity, which is random entity. The resulting entity is nothing. We get the target entity. So what's happening is that the positioner logic is not interacting properly with the movement logic anymore. This is strange. This is very strange. But why? Correct, President. This is day 59 of our game development project. Okay, let's remove the blobs, and we'll see what's going on here. If there are no enemies, we should be getting random directions. We put a positioner in place. The positioner immediately breaks it. Okay, so what we must have right here is a conflict between the targeters and the way that positioners work. So let's look at spawner. Spawner is the one that handles the is supposed to handle the positioner chain here. So during a physics tick, we call into the positioner chain. We say this is the spawn position, that it starts spawning. So we're going to call a positioner chain adjust position if there is a positioner chain, which should only happen for the bullets as soon as the bullets exist. I'm sorry, as soon as they have a positioner chain to use. The spawned entity has no target currently. And its target direction is null. Okay. So we stop, we go into game, we set spawner, the blob spawner to exist. Spread shot there. And we look at our spawned entity. It has none of the values. Target direction and target movement, safe movement, all of those empty. We have a target entity now, but we don't have a target direction. Target direction is not surviving the process. Movement get target direction by default will just return direction to use. Get target direction is going to return this. Let's change the mouse and verify that we don't just have a problem with track target. Nope, it is a universal problem. As soon as a positioner comes into play, something's going wrong. Hello, Sherbet. Gets the normalized target position. It adjusts the position, which is, do the actual thing. I'm gonna check here. No initial direction. Entity never has a target direction coming into this. So back into the spawner. During the physics tick. Positioner chain initial direction. Where does... go here. We're going to get to where we've spawned the entity. So at this point, which is spawned entity. Where is it actually getting the initial direction? Doesn't make sense. Because up until we messed with the targeters, this was working. Is it move straight line that's messing with it? Straight line doesn't care. Load, break on move straight line. Should be constantly going left and up. I'm sorry. That one is left and up. Okay, so then in move straight line, here we are first going to put this positioner in place. Then we go into move straight line and we check this. Up and left. Down and right, down and right. Okay, it's calling out all over that it should be using. We are getting various directions. Now, if we call into move straight line, every time the direction is up and right, up and right. Oh, no, that was a right. We are occasionally getting just move right. Okay, so direction to use coming into this is working. So we're in a bit of a catch-22 here, I think. Because we need to... Our initial position, let's see here. I'm sorry, our initial direction is getting asserted here in the spawner. Right there. So in a positioner chain, its initial direction. Let's find that. When we start spawning, our initial direction is zeroed out. Cleared, clear it out. We don't have an initial position. So this is where we should figure out in our positioner chain where we should be using it. Okay, So we're going to do entity get target direction. So initial direction is nothing. 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 That's not right. Step in. The entity isn't going to have a target direction yet. Because we've never invoked it. It's 0 at this point. It will always be 0 when we come into a position or chain. So if we start with entity.move, yeah, we need to have this move happen. And we will pass in 0.00000 1/10,000th of a second. Fixed it. The positioner chain was not properly accounting for the fact that entities need to be moved first once we've got targeting in play. So then in our catalog, so this is heavily skewing the way the movement happens. We do have some velocity errors going on here. Target's direction should not be changing that much. Let's remove the positioners. Yeah, we just had one rocket launch itself, just gone as soon as it spawned. So why was that? Distance to target shouldn't... Let's random enemy target's direction. Let's verify this. This is normalized. Okay. There's already a direction given to it. It will use that. If and Okay, we are going to respect the fact if we have saved direction, we are going to return it. Once we receive a direction once, target's direction respects it. We have positioners. We're getting weird results on the spiral. We are getting acceleration onto it, and unclear why. We are definitely getting ticks on the motion, and we are getting heavy accelerations. That's fine if they're coming flying from off screen, but there are some of them that are spawning like that. Okay, so we do get random directions. Now we have a saved direction. Okay, let's just let them ride for a little bit and see if we get the anomaly without spiral in play. Spiral is a weird kind of motion. Speed them up and make more of them. Okay, as of this, they are not respecting... well, the spread isn't working quite right. See how we're getting some of them doubled up here? The position adjustment isn't working. Okay, we've got some bit to go as far as getting targeting working the way we want it to. Because we can see that the spread is... the positioner isn't being respected now, which is probably contributing to the issue. Because if the positioner isn't asserting the direction correctly, we could be getting those weird results. And actually, I'm very certain of that. We move. But it's already normalized. It's normalizing it when it sets that. Target direction. To entity target direction normalized. No, we're still off with the positioners. It's actually partially behaving correctly. but you can see that the lowermost positioner is not rotating it properly. There are two in the middle position, but one in the upper position. So with a 3 spread, it should be this left, right, middle, but or left, right, down, essentially, as far as the rotation. So a negative rotation, a 0 rotation, a right rotation. And the right rotation is not happening. And now we're starting to get scattered movement. I think positioners might be suffering from the same issue in that they are not properly setting template values. Okay, so let's look at the 3 spread in positioner here. Before we wrap up, we create a new one, then let's set these. When we apply a template, we should respect the whole thing. Dot. It's the other way around. This is the other way around. We are not putting the we are stamping in the wrong direction. Messing with the template instead of still didn't fix it, but zero. Get an angle to use. Our starting angle should be minus 45. Yep. Our spread angle is 22.5. We have 3 bullets. Max bullets is 3. Our current bullet is 0. So we're getting minus 45. That would also... Wait. We adjust spread angle, so we don't need to set that. Yeah, we don't need to set any of this. Because we determine it as soon as we start spawning. We're gonna give one last little debug attempt here. First angle to use is -45. Second angle to use is -22.5. Third angle to use should be... Okay, so that one's 0. Why are we getting that rotation? Spread. Bullet count is 0. Spread arc. Base spread arc is 90. We are not doing a scale adjustment or multiplier. We have max bullets plus 1 segments. We have 4 segments. Spread angle now should be that 22.5. And our starting angle is half of the arc divided by 2. But we should be starting 1 segment in. Because if we're starting with a 3 spread on a 90-degree arc... no, this isn't right. Well, we are going to have to come back to this. We're going to take a short break, folks. I want to determine if I want to continue or not. And also, I do need to get up and move because I haven't the entire stream so far. So, one moment. All right, we're back. Okay, let's talk through our spread shot logic here. With a 90-degree spread, we have our arc at 90. Our segments as far as how we're laying out the spread, wouldn't it just be 3 in the max bullets? Oh, okay, no, I do have 4 segments. Because if it's a 90-degree spread, start spawning spread arc, takes our base spread arc into account, which is 90. So normally we would have 90 degrees to work with. If we divide it into 3 parts, we have 30 degrees, but that's a little off. So what we're going to do instead is divide it into 4 parts, giving us that 22.5. So what we want to create is a cone instead of essentially a T shape. So we're squishing it in a little bit. It's not really a 90-degree arc. I'm sorry, it is a 90 degrees is a cone. So we should be getting 45 degrees between each rotation. Oh. No, that should still work the way that we're doing it. It's just that it's tighter than it's supposed to be. Okay. So if we broke 180 up into 4 segments, that would be 45. That's why. It's 2. Make sure that we've got this fully right. There's further adjustment that needs to be done. Hello, Daniel. Okay, so our spread angle is now, should be 45. So this is not divided by 2. That is just negative. So then we're going to move into adjust position. Our angle to use. So we have our start angle should be negative 45. And our increment is 45. So the first one is 0. So we're going to get negative 45 still in angle to use. Our entity's target direction does exist. So we're going to rotate it that 45 degrees. So we come into it the next time, and our angle to use should be 0. And then the next time our angle to use is 45. Okay, so we have the right spread now. But we're not getting the right actual rotation. So if we look at entity, so we have 779627. Different number, 108994. Different number. There's no next positioner. We are done adjusting. We step into finish for that positioner. All right. We don't increase the bullet count by 1 when we're finished. Oh, the chain is done adjusting. That's to account for burst firing. Still doesn't mean that this should be incrementing it by 1. I mean, we're resetting it to 0 here. Still not going to change it, I don't think. It's just a positioner, and its finish adjustment, it does nothing. Oh. Finish adjustment is where we increase the bullet count. Just period. We have a point where we finish the adjustment. Hello, Ocean Girl. Welcome. We have broken something in our weapon spread logic in our game, and I'm trying to determine how. And then how to fix it. Positioner. So our spawned entity. We have an initial direction of 0. So our spawned entity has a target direction that was based off of non-zero. Our positioner chain already has an initial direction. We keep it. We don't need an initial direction here. Oh, no, because the positioner is telling us what is its initial direction during this process. And in the positioner, we find initial direction. Which we zero out when we start spawning. Ocean Girl, I'm familiar with those two. If I recall, Merriweather was a writer for a lot of lore for V Shoujo and others, and has started a talent agency, and Vox Akuma is a talent with Niji Sanji. I actively watch neither, but I am aware of some elements of their kind of patterns of behavior. What are we going to do here? Its movement is being skewed almost immediately. Yeah, that third one is overlapping. It is not actually adjusting its position. It's being told it should, though. It's being told it should. So 1 with our does the positioner chain not have an initial direction yet? Okay, so let's do 1 and then 2. We now have an initial direction from the positioner chain. Which we now pass into the existing entities. But is that right? We spawn the entity with an initial position. We assert all of them to have that target direction. But what if An individual mover. If I'm saving the direction in target random and in the movement, just the raw movement object, it has a target direction and a target entity. That's part of our problem. Are we using those? We initialize them, we zero that out. Okay. And in movement, we set template values. Target entity and direction are zeroed out. So should give us some errors in here. Oh, that doesn't give us the errors. This will give us the errors. Saved entity, it is target entity. Target direction. What we're doing right now is I forgot that I had set default things. Every movement might have a saved entity in direction. So I stored those off in the parent class. And not using them, I think, is throwing off some of the behavior. We shall see. Didn't fix it, but it is code cleanup. The third one is not respecting it. But why? And it is adjusting the position. Okay. And I think if I recall, let's... Welcome back, Sleepyhead. We're running a little longer because things aren't working right. Okay, it's something about those other facing ones. Positioners work fine. Positioners are working fine when we're not worrying about adjusting their movement patterns. So this is good. This is what it's supposed to be doing. So now we need to figure out why it is that when we add let's add this guy back in. Random direction is going to ignore this. Okay. So now instead of would be target's direction. Okay. Instead, it will be target back target. Both of those are messing it up. So random direction is okay. Random enemy doesn't functionally mess with things, but target's direction and track target aren't working right. target's direction will keep direction to use if it receives it. If target direction. Okay. Okay. Coming out of this, the second time we see it, we should be getting 3 different results. Let's go to our catalog. It's not random direction. We're going to target a random enemy, and we're going to go in the target's direction. So the first time, we're going to see one of them. This is the preliminary movement. There is no entity, so it doesn't have a target direction. It returns the target direction. Second time, now it's being influenced by the positioner. So we have -125 and then a 992. 25992, 125992. This is interesting. Okay, that's not right. Okay, we can't rely on this because we're not doing the spread shot right away, which means we need to set that up immediately. So we go into our catalog, and we're going to add to the positioners. At 90 degrees, we reload it. Now immediately we'll get the issue. Okay. So now we go back into our target's direction. So we should get 3 right away with a delta. This was the delta of nothing. So we get no direction. And now we are getting our movement, our actual direction. So 954, 299. 3 different directions to use. So immediately after, yes, okay. The third one is now off kilter. Why? Because initially it gets the correct target position. So let's reload. Fire it again. We're going to look at our member functions here, our member entities. So we have a target direction at this point. -886 and -464. let's try to simplify this. If not target direction. We have a target direction. If we already have one saved, ignore everything else. So if we have a target direction, we're just going to return it. If we don't have a target direction, but we do have a given direction, then we're going to use the given one, and we're going to save that off. If we don't already have a direction, but we do have a target entity, then we're going to do the initial direction added. Otherwise, we just get a random direction. First one comes in at 0. Subsequent check. Now we're going to tell it to move, and we're going to actually get results now. Negatives, positive and a negative, 2 negatives again, but a little different. Okay, yeah. That third one suddenly shifts to be the same as the second one after we tell them to move. Initialize the entity, we give it a target direction. All right, let's look at the spawner and see when its target direction gets skewed. First time we should have the player object. Okay, now we have the bullet here. We have a new entity. No target direction at this point. We set the position. No target entities. So we have spawned it here. And we have a positioner chain. Just the position. No initial direction. So that's entity initialize. Yes, that is a big squishmallow. Kind of a gray and blue dinosaur dragon thing. It is a favored bed. One of these times I'm going to get another one so that I suspect there's competition over them. Interesting. Oh, I think this might actually be our problem here. When we adjust its position for an entity, we come into adjust position for the first time. If we don't have an initial direction, we can check and see. Okay, let's reload. Piece that. Okay, we come into the positioner chain. And our local entity has no initial position. We tell it to move. It now has an initial position. Oh. Our initial direction isn't being propagated. No, that doesn't actually matter. We should pass it down. So, direction is equal to initial direction. We should be iterating that. Go in. The entity has an initial direction now. Negative 256 967 67. We should be adjusting position for each entity. Okay. This is the last one in the chain. Is ready is now false. So we spawned it. Now we want to look at our target random enemy. space. E96. Okay. And 29. And 6. 3 different numbers. I get the feeling that it's immediately after the positioner that the third one gets thrown off. We know they're spreading out properly, and we know... So we know they're being given their initial direction properly. They're being rotated to move in that way. These target directions shouldn't matter. So if we don't have an additional direction set, just for giggles here, excuse them. Same thing. Doesn't matter because we don't have that. Okay, so the pattern works when we the direction is not changing. We do this here. We need to get we had the prior entity, we would be set, but don't think the normalize does anything here. Normalize isn't doing anything in that regard, so we don't need that there. We never set the initial direction. That's the inconsistency. I think we might be at a stop and let it percolate scenario. We don't want to actually move it. Okay, it's the next 2 times we spawn it, we have this. We have the initial direction set. It's not that the third one is wrong, it's that the second 2 mimic each other. Because we pass in target direction to the initialize. Okay, here's our problem. As soon as we have an initial direction, things go wrong. Because it's permanently asserted. That initial direction permanently asserts the target direction of the entity. So when we actually spawn here, we go in and we initialize the entity, but it now has a target direction. Because it has a target direction to use, it's going to set it into the movement chain. We need a way, we need to change this. This is where our problem lies. Because since this is set, all of the movement values remember it. All of the movement values remember it, and they all essentially respect it. So we can't change it. We need a way to tell the entity to force a different movement value. Ugh. Like, we need to be able to do this again. We need to do this after initializing the entity. Sorry, after adjusting the entity's position. We need to set its targeting. Write this down here. So the positioning logic is setting the target direction. So it's setting it at the spawn point. And that's not really what we want to have happen here. So let's look in our entity moves. The entity has a target direction. Okay, so in the positioner logic, spawner logic, I should say, we create it and we pass in the target direction to spawn. And in the physics tick here, let's pass in a null here. Move this around to here. Let's actually comment you. Pass that in, and instead clear you, and we're just going to pass in that, but instead of this here, the spawned entity, target direction is equal to its initial direction. Nope. We can't set that yet. So look at the triple here. Positioner, pattern spread. This sets the entity target direction. So what if we remove you entirely? Spawn it. We need at some point to ensure that it gets set, but It's a 0 in its initial direction. Each of the entities is adjusting it at that point. But... oh, it's not getting it, is it? We call adjust position for the first time. We don't have an initial direction in the positioner. We move the entity that we got, and that gives us an initial direction. So we should get that a grand total of once per spawn. This was also not relevant. The subsequent entities first entity after adjusting position, second after adjusting position, wildly different. That one got go to the right. Okay, 2 of them are using defaults. One of them is moving appropriately. So what are we missing here? The subsequent one getting spawned. The subsequent ones aren't getting this value set properly. So we look at target target's direction here. The first time we come into this, we should have no target direction. Okay, so we go into it and we ask, do we have a direction to use? We do not. Do we have a target entity to use already? We do not. So we get a random direction. We immediately call into this a second time because... Oh. No, we're not setting it yet. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, no, we can't wait for this because this is going to have it happen every physics frame, many, many times a second. Okay. First one spawns. You get a random direction. Subsequently, we now have an entity to use for this next one. Then we have an entity to use. Okay. We're going to get a random direction. First time, second time, third time. No. We gotta reload. Trigger. First time, we hit random direction. Second time, third time, fourth time. Okay. Each subsequent time, we're hitting no target here. We have a move straight line here. Reload. We should get the first one right away. This is when we don't have... This is for the first movement, where we have a delta of like 0.0001, right? It's a very small delta. It's not right. Okay, no, it's still coming out super small. It's just that this doesn't display the full number. Okay, next one we're going to have to do pretty extensive research into our positioner logic because it has broken down in our attempts to make targeting fully work. Random direction works, but when we try to assert the direction differently, it's not. Or look. So you just do random direction, move in a straight line. And if we go back into positioner, Put you back. Okay, random direction works with this. There is something about the way that the other targeters work that breaks down. So we need to look at it that way. Comes in, it has a direction to use, it respects it. Otherwise, there's a direction to use, it always respects it, even if target direction is set. If direction to use, force the override. Otherwise, we try to get a direction to, otherwise we get a random direction. Target, track, target. This one will always try to change the direction a little bit. This is a targeter change. If direction to use, then target direction is equal to direction to use. It constantly restart it to here. If we have a target, this is the position adjuster here. So this is a separate thing. If there's an entity to use here, keep this out. So direction 2 is equal to this. So target direction is now adjusted by that plus direction to use, or direction 2. Let's double check here. Okay, random direction still does what it's supposed to. I do want to end on a victory. That is why I keep waffling back to trying again. Want to end on a victory. I think we're going to end on a victory, folks. It's not quite right. I think the starting shot, the one that's aiming at the enemy here. Oh, that's correct. The first one aims at the enemy. The subsequent ones are tilted. So it is the... No? It looks like it's working. Yeah. Okay. Now, instead of target's direction, we are going to track target. It is going to constantly pivot, or it is supposed to constantly pivot. Let's make that lean a little bit, otherwise we'll start with that. It's going to assert that it should move in a slightly different direction here. Okay. Weighted at a factor of 10. Let's remove the intrinsic spread from it. And then we're going to move track target 1,000. Okay. Fine. It asserts its own direction every time. Okay, track target is going to have to be adjusted here. Wait, move straight line. Is that where it's going wrong? Oh, it uses the direction to use every time. All right, that's where we're stopping. That's where we're stopping for now. Let me revert that. Okay, that is where we will end. For realsies this time. Oh, okay, so we're making a little bit of progress. We adjusted all of the inventory over to the modifier pattern instead of treat them as individually typed like slots where there were 5 for positioners and 5 for movers. Now it's whatever you want to put there. What we're faced with currently is trying to get some of the targeting and movement types wrangled. I might need to kind of go back to the drawing board with movement patterns and say that they don't actually target the way that they're set up. That instead there is like a home to a target. There is a move in a random direction. You know, so it's not that it changes to a random direction given to it. It's that move in a random direction is move in a straight line, but select a random direction when you come into existence. I think that's probably what we're going to get going forward, because that simplifies the daisy chain and we don't have to worry as much about that. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see, though. Being able to glue them together would save code duplication. Either way. Thank you all for viewing with us today. I hope you had a good time. Tomorrow we're going to be picking up the code again, so hopefully we'll be able to make more progress. Fingers crossed and all of that. Oh. Additionally, I do hope to get the schedule up in a timely fashion. Fingers crossed again for the coming week. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, all that good stuff. It helps the channel grow and it will help you find similar content in the future. With all of that said, hope you have a good rest of your day. Goodbye, everyone.